welcome to Beware the Terrible. Today we're going to Stolen Fervor featuring the new Thievul from Astral Radiance with the Baffling ability, allowing to prevent all effects of your opponent's supporter cards done to your bench V Pokemon if they have 2 or less prize cards remaining. So we're trying to use this card with our Radiant Charizard from Pokemon Go with the Excited Heart ability, allowing to reduce its attack cost by 1 colorless for each prize card your opponent has taken. It has the powerful attack Combustion Blast doing 250 damage for 5 energy cost, but if you play it late, you can use this attack for only 2 or even 1 fire energy cost. We also have our Charizard VSTAR from Brilliant Stars doing 230 damage with Explosive Fire for 3 energies, and its amazing V-Star attack Star Blaze for 320, doing a 1-hit knockout against any V-Star or VMAX Pokemon with Choice Belt. So to support the energies, we have 3 Magma Basin and 1 Raihan. To help us discard our basic fire, we have 3 Aurora Energies, 4 Quick Ball, 1 Ultra Ball, 2 Research, 1 Zenith Resolve, and 1 Milo. For the switch, we have 1 Escape Rope, 1 Switch, 1 Air Balloon, and 1 Burr Keeper. To set up our bench, we have 4 Vapor Pass, 4 Quick Ball, 2 Capture, and 1 Hisu and Heavy Ball. For the evolution, we have 3 Incense and 1 Ultra Ball. For the draw support, we have 1 Entei V and 1 Raikou V for the fleet-footed ability, 1 Crobat and 1 Luminion, 2 Marnie, 2 Research, 1 Schoolgirl, 1 Bruno, 1 Milo, 1 Zenith Resolve, 1 Roxanne, and 1 Raihan. We also have 1 Boss's Order for the extra power play, 1 Energy Lotto to get either a special or basic energy from the top 7 cards of our deck, 3 Aurora Energies for our Raikou V for OHKOs against water decks, and 8 basic fire energies. So that's all for the deck list, and be sure to grab yourself some packs from our sponsor at XTrainer90 Team to build your very own deck from any cards in format. They even sell online codes for character rares, full art, and gold cards to expand your collection. So check out the link in the description below or click on the top right corner of this video to enhance your PTCG experience. Use code BTT for 5% off any products to get yourself some lovely cards. And now for the moment of truth, let's go for some gameplay! Okay, let's go for our first game versus Ice Rider Calyrex. We have Inteleon for the Crazy Shady. We don't actually have a proper support. We have no Chinchino, Radiant Venusaur. We have no Bibarel. But we do have our Crobat V, Fleetfoot, and Luminion to get any supporter from the deck. So Luminion is quite useful because you can search for boss. You can basically search for a Roxanne at just the right time. With your Quick Ball, that's all you need to summon any supporter cards. So let's get a Charizard out into play. It may help us do Star Blaze later on in the game for a VMAX knockout, because it's actually enough to kill the Ice Rider if it doesn't have a big charm attached, for only 4 energies, which is quite cheap. All we need is 4 energies, eventually knocking out the Ice Rider if they don't boss kill our Charizard on the bench. If they do kill the Charizard though, we have our Raikou or Entei to rely on, to fall back on. So this deck is kind of strategic in a way, because we are trying to earn ourselves that extra 1 turn by forcing our opponent to get trapped with our Thievul. So Thievul is the main, Thievul is the setup for this deck, is helping us gain an extra turn by forcing our opponent to deal with our 1 prize Charizard. So if we have our Radiant Charizard late stage in the game, we can actually do Combustion Blast to kill a V-Star with a Choice Belt, and after that we actually get to force them to hit our Radiant Charizard, because if they do a boss with our Thievul in play, they cannot pull out any of our bench V Pokemon, just because our Baffling ability is blocking boss's order. They cannot use anything to affect our bench V Pokemon. They cannot do Flannery, they cannot do Team Yell Grunt, they cannot do any supporter cards on our bench. They can't do a Serena for the next set as well. So V Pokemons are protected, which is very, very cool, because this is a Astral Radiance card that nobody uses, and you never know how well it works until you play it, and it actually is working quite well, because we actually won against a lot of V-Star and VMAX decks, so I'm very proud about this combo. Anyways, let's just focus right now. We actually did our first hit with 2 Aurora Energies on Raikou, because we have 3 in this deck. It's not that difficult to get them out, because we have an Energy Lotto and 3 copies of the Aurora. And since it's a special energy, it's more likely to show up in your hand early in the game. I don't know why, but Aurora has a higher rate of showing up early than your Capture or any other special energy for that matter. I have no idea why, but Aurora just loves to show up early. So if you have an Aurora with an Energy Lotto, obviously search for a basic fire, because if you attach an Aurora onto your Raikou or even your Charizard, or an Entei, you may need to attach to the Entei. You can actually discard the fire, play the Magma Basin for an extra energy attached to your bench fire Pokemon, helping you attack with Star Blaze or even, Explosive Fire on the next turn. Obviously, Star Blaze will have to wait a few turns, and you may risk the chance of your opponent playing a boss to kill your first Charizard VSTAR, but your next one, obviously, wait for the evolution. If they kill your Crobat and a Charizard VSTAR, you can actually charge up your final VSTAR. You can attach more energies on your final VSTAR with the Magma Basin while attacking with Combustion Blast for only 1 fire energy, and then do a Raihan for the final knockout with your Star Blaze. So that is the power of this deck. We actually have only 1 boss order. We initially tried with 2 bosses order, but decided to swap one card, one of that supporter for another switch card. We have an extra air balloon in this deck right now. Initially, we have no air balloons, only 1 switch escape rope and bird keeper. But now, instead of the extra boss, we have an air balloon to help us, make this deck more consistent, because with your Magma Basin, you actually need that air balloon to help you retreat easier after attaching onto your bench Pokemon directly after the knockout, just because we don't have that many basic fire energy in the deck, so we may have to wait for the knockout before we're able to play the Basin for that extra 1 energy cost on the same turn, doing Explosive Fire right after our opponent kills our active. So right now we actually get to play our Zinnia for 5 draw, which is pretty cool. We're gonna play our Quick Ball to get, well, Crobat is actually in the prize, so we had to do our Heavy Ball to get a Crobat. And now we just need to draw the Entei. If we can somehow knock out this Ice Rider in the active on this turn with an Entei V, we should be aiming for that. But we have to actually bench a full, at least 4 Pokemons, 3 more Pokemons, my bad. We have a Crobat though. So I think we should be gambling on discarding a fire energy with our Quick Ball. We don't have a choice now that we just, benched the Nickit. So we should just discard that fire and get an Entei. And then Basin to the Entei. Draw a fire with our... I don't think we used a supporter card yet. Oh, we played a Zinnia, my bad. We played a Zinnia, so we should be getting a fire energy with our Crobat. If we don't, we cannot actually attack this turn. So thank God we got our capture energy, a special one. We do have our Fleet Foot for that extra one extra draw from the top card of the deck. So if we don't get a fire, we would probably get it with our Entei's ability, hopefully. And all we need is 180 damage, I think. 180 damage, that means we just need 8 Pokemons in play on both players' bench, 8 Pokemons, in total of the bench, on the bench, my bad, to do 180 damage to kill off the Ice Rider. And we got more than enough. We got 5 we got 9 in total of bench Pokemons, doing 200 damage for an Ice Rider knockout. So now we just need to focus on the next one. Hopefully do a Star Blaze for the final kill. That is probably the goal for this deck, doing your V-Star attack if you can, but sometimes you may not be able to pull it off at all throughout the game, and I don't think we could, because we couldn't get our fire energy, we couldn't get our basic fire in time, unfortunately, for this game. I don't know why, but if you're playing against a water deck, they don't give you your basic energies. If you play against any other decks, you are more likely to get your basic energy faster than your Aurora. But if you play against a water deck, they love giving you Aurora, your capture, and just hiding your fire energy at the bottom of your deck, which is pretty annoying. And it's just because even if you get to do your Raikou early, even if you get to do Lightning Rondo for the early few, extra few kills early in the game, to kill a Palkia V, for example, and even another Starmie, you actually need enough energy for your next attacker. And if you don't get basic fire energy, you cannot do Magma Basin, you cannot attack, you only have that 1 copy of Raihan to fall back on, And Raihan is not that easy to get. We do have Luminion, but it's not that easy to play a Raihan, as we all know. We have to wait for the knockout. It has to be a proper knockout as well. If they kill us with special conditions, if they kill us with damage counters, with Intelligent Quick Shooting, we cannot actually use a Raihan. Also, if we have no basic energy in our hand, Raihan only helps us attach one energy. We are forced to search for another energy with Raihan if we want to attach that extra one. We cannot actually search for Basin anymore. So Raihan only gives you one search, and it's golden what you search for. Make sure you search for the right one. So we actually get to do Combustion Blast. We're gonna hit 280 damage right now, which is pretty cool. We got our second Thievul for Baffling, Super Baffle. So if they play Avery, obviously we're gonna discard our Crobat. I'm actually thinking of whether or not I should be playing a supporter card. I don't really want to shuffle back our cards into the deck. So let's not play the Bruno, and we should not be playing Boss's Order, obviously. But if we play Luminion, we could actually do a Marnie or something else. We have a Raihan in our hand and a boss, so chances are they're probably going to do a Marnie right now because they know we have a Thievul on the bench. But they actually searched for a boss and did it. They did the drag, but it failed because we have our Thievul. You'll see later. There we go. They did the boss, but it did not work because Thievul is blocking it. That is so delicious. It rarely happens, but we actually get to show it on our first game. This is not actually the first game when I, built this deck. When I'm going for gameplays, I actually pushed it forward during editing so that you guys can see, the combo, the main combo of this deck, which is Thievul with Radiant Charizard from Pokemon Go, forcing our opponent to draw only one prize at a time late stage in the game. So that means we can do a lot of damage with Charizard VSTAR, we can do a lot of damage with Lightning Rondo or even Burning Rondo, and then at the late stage of the game, at the final hour, we can do even more damage with Star Blaze and also our Combustion Blast and another Explosive Fire after that. So that's the main strength of this deck, is that we want to be doing big damage a lot of times thanks to our Thievul. We may not be able to do a one-hit knockout that easily. We may only be able to do one OHKO with Star Blaze, but that's still okay because we have a lot of goes, we have a lot of strikes thanks to Thievul helping us buy that extra one turn. There we go, we did our Explosive Fire. We wanted to do Star Blaze, but we couldn't do it because we don't have enough energies in the discard pile. As you saw, we did not draw enough basic fire energy from the deck. We have 8 though, and we only have like less than 20 cards in the deck, I'm pretty sure. So we should be getting it out. I don't know why it's that difficult. So right now we're up against a Shadow Rider. Out from the kettle into the pot of fire. Into the pan, I think. Sorry about that. And from the Calyrex, now we have another different Calyrex. Let's do our Charizard and nick it. So we got a pretty bad start. We should be getting an Entei. I think we made a mistake right there. We should have gotten an Entei because we could have done our Basin onto the Charizard. We could have attached the capture for Burning Rondo on the next turn, but right now we can't actually do it anymore. We cannot attack on the next turn because we did a blunder. No mistakes, but we actually made it early, which is terrible. So if you go first, doesn't matter if you go first or second. On your first turn, you should be searching for either a Raikou or Entei with your VIP pass, in addition to a Charizard. So your Nickit, your Thievul, doesn't need to be in play that early in the game. So you can always think about benching your Nickit later because it's not that necessary for you to get it out. Obviously, you have to keep it at the back of your mind, You have to make sure to bench that card at some point in the game, because if you don't evolve your Thievul, that ability is not gonna work, and you know it's you're gonna be surprised how fast your opponent is gonna get down to 2 prize. Sometimes they can even get down to 3, and then kill a V card with the boss down to 1. That means Thievul's ability doesn't work anymore. So always remember to attack with a V Pokemon first, because if you attack with a V card, chances are they're gonna kill the V 2 at a time to draw their first 4 prizes, and then after that you can play a Radiant Charizard to kill a VSTAR or even damage a VMAX, and then force them to deal with Thievul's ability. Force them to get stuck not being able to play a boss. And here comes Underworld Door. We are wasting 1 entire turn not doing a knockout. Not doing any damage, my bad. We could have done Burning Rondo much earlier, and you know, Explosive Fire for the knockout later. But it would have been the same thing though, because I don't think we can attack with Charizard that early. If we invested extra energies on our Entei, we would have 0 energies on Charizard, and that means we would need to wait an equal amount of turns to be able to knock out the first VMAX. So I think it would kind of be the same thing. I don't know, unless if we're able to kill it with a second Burning Rondo. With a Choice Belt maybe. We actually have a Choice Belt already attached. So I don't think we have enough bench to do enough damage for a 2-hit knockout if we, you know, attacked on the last turn. So let's just attach to the Charizard and pass the turn. I'm just hoping that they don't kill off our Charizard. We should have attached our Big Charm on the VSTAR, because we were a bit overconfident that, you know, they wouldn't get enough energies. They only have 2 cards in their hand, but they could actually have a research. So we should be attaching the tool card, but we chose not to. I don't know why. I think maybe I looked past the tool card. I did not realize I have it in my hand. I don't know what's happening. We should be attaching it to the Charizard VSTAR, because they can quite easily kill a VSTAR with the VMAX. Max Jice is doing a lot. They may just play an Articuno, another VMAX. They just need 9 energies. If they have 9 energies, we're done for. Or 8 energies with a Choice Belt. There we go, drawing a lot of cards with Fog Crystal and Underworld Door. Another VMAX in the game. Terrible. And they're investing on the Zacian because they know that we are playing, you know, a low HP deck. Not a VMAX, you know, as long as if we are not playing a VMAX, it's a low HP deck. So all they need is enough energies on Zacian. Zacian actually does a bit more damage than Shadow Rider, but it's kind of different though. You actually have to attach, you know, a lot of energies onto Zacian. If you attach to your other Pokemons, it doesn't count for Zacian's damage boost. Whereas for Shadow Rider, it counts for all of your Pokemons. For example, to kill Entei or Raikou, they just need like maybe 5 energies on a Zacian. So that's why they are focusing on Zacian, because it's a 2 price card instead of the Shadow Rider. Because if they keep on attacking with the VMAX, they're going to risk wasting 3 prizes for a VMAX knockout. They have 12 cards left in the deck, and we actually have 38 left. That is a big difference. 38 cards. That's more than 3 times, right? More than 3 times the amount our opponent has in their deck. That's crazy. So let's get a Crobat or Lumineon. We should be getting a Crobat. There we go. They did 250 damage. Almost enough. 8 energies. Choice Belt. Fortunately, they did not get their tool card. I don't think they're playing a Choice Belt because they have a lot more basic energy than I normally see. Normally, Shadow Rider wouldn't be able to attach this much energy. Even playing, you know, Adventures Discovery and a lot of copies of the VMAX, full 4 copies. It's not that easy for Shadow Rider to do that, even with Crobat and Research. It's much easier if they have Articuno. Articuno actually makes it much better because not only are you able to attach energies fast with that ability, you also can kill Miltank. You can snipe for 120 damage with Psy Laser. But the bad thing about that card is that you have to waste all of your energies. You have to discard all Psychic Energy attached to Articuno just in order to do 120 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. But you can do damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. That means you get to target their bench Miltank, you get to target their, anything, as long as they don't have a Manaphy, obviously. We're gonna base in on the Radiant Charizard, I guess. I'm not sure what to do right now, honestly. If we base in on the Entei, it would be kind of the same thing. So let's just base in on the Charizard, because it has full HP. It doesn't really matter though, because they are killing anything with one hit. They are able to knock out anything with one hit, so it really does not matter. We have a switch, but unfortunately we're not able to retreat with Entei, because Entei has a lot of energy. It has a lot of retreat costs. We couldn't play our Bird Keeper because we already did our supporter. So that means no Star Blaze for this turn. We're forced to base in on a different Pokemon. So let's just do the Charizard. We actually benched the Charizard, which is pretty interesting. Because they could quite easily do an Avery. Okay, we did our switch. Because if they do... We're attacking with Entei. Okay, pretty cool. We're doing 250 damage, which is a little bit more than Explosive Fire. Because if we can survive one turn, if Charizard VSTAR can survive on the bench, for an extra one turn, we can actually do Star Blaze for a VMAX knockout. We got a boss in our hand, ready to kill a anything, probably the Shadow Rider on the bench, because they are most likely going to boss our Charizard right now. If they don't boss the Charizard, we got a free VMAX knockout, a full HP VMAX knockout, obviously. We should be targeting that. But they got the Chinchino draw, the Chinchino-esque draw. Kind of like Make Do, Underworld Door, same thing. Drawing 2 cards for, attaching energy. Much better than Chinchino, obviously, because it's a VMAX. There we go, the boss. They did the boss. And no Star Blaze. Oh well. We got our next Charizard ready to go. All we need to do is reduce their energies by 3 count. How many energies do they have right now? They actually have 9, so it's actually enough to kill the Charizard. Even if we knock out, even without the training court, and even if we do kill the Shadow Rider on the bench, with the 3 energy attached, they still have enough to kill the VSTAR. So all they need really is another boss to deny us that Star Blaze attack. But if they do that though, we can actually do Combustion Blast and then Raikou for the final knockout. Entei for the final kill. But they may just quite possibly training card and attack with the Zacian or even the 3rd Shadow Rider while retreating to the bench. If they switch again, then we don't actually have a second boss to deal with that. So if we can't play Star Blaze, it would be quite bad. We should be using Star Blaze for the final VMAX. But they're probably going to do a boss right now. Again, back-to-back bosses because they have 5 cards left in the deck. I mean, I don't think they discarded any bosses. They played one, but I don't think they discarded any other. Here comes another one. Another Shadow Rider on the bench. Interesting. So they're attaching a lot. They don't really need any more, to be honest. They already have enough, but they're attaching More and more and more. I guess they want to be preparing the next VMAX. They want to be attacking with, like, they want to have 2 available attackers, I suppose. Zacian can actually kill Entei. So I think they should really be attacking with Zacian, I guess. 6 energies. 180. 180. And they actually have 0 cards in the deck. So they finally played their Ordinary Rod. It's quite unusual for Shadow Rider decks to play Rod. Pretty cool to see that. But they actually deck themselves out, so they need to be playing the Rod. They don't need a lot of cards in the deck though, because they have 2 prize left. So they just need 2 more turns. All they need to do is training card attached from the hand. They cannot be drawing any more cards though. If they want to be drawing cards with the ability, they should be playing the Marnie to put cards back into the deck. If they don't have a Marnie, they may not be able to play the ability, but I don't think they even need the ability anymore because they have more than enough energies in play. They actually did the Shadow Rider to tank, to prevent a knockout this turn. They are tanking damage, and then after that, they actually did, they actually did the Storm Slash for the knockout, forcing us to draw only 2 prize by killing the Zacian. Because we don't have a boss. We have no boss in this deck. So we are forced to either play Star Blaze to kill a VMAX for the final prize, or Escape Rope. If we don't get an Escape Rope, we're done for. If they evolve the final VMAX, they actually have 4 VMAX in this deck. If they evolve the last Shadow Rider, then we can't actually Escape Rope for the win. Escape Rope is not going to help us. Because after killing the Zacian, they would probably be playing the next Shadow Rider. And there we go, the boss, the boss Baffle combo. We actually get to block it with Thievul again. Look at that. That is delicious. No boss, because they have 2 prize remaining. 2 or less prize remaining activates your Thievul's ability. They cannot kill the Crobat, they cannot kill the Charizard, they cannot kill any V cards. Not even Lumineon. Okay, we got our Explosive Fire to kill the Zacian. And then all we need to do is survive 1 turn. They cannot boss the Crobat, but they can actually play Escape Rope to kill the Thievul, right? If they do Escape Rope, we're done for. So we just need to last for 1 more turn, because we don't have a boss, unfortunately. If we have a boss, we could have killed anything, because we got Star Blaze, for God's sake. But we should be saving it for the next turn, just in case they play the VMAX. So I don't think we have any more Choice Belt. If they play a Big Charm or a Escape Rope on the next turn, we're done for. They can't really bench, they can't really boss anything, so let's just bench our Raikou, because if we get it out from the deck, we may more likely draw something better from the top deck on the next turn. Let's just bench it. It doesn't really matter, honestly. We have a Crobat. If they Escape Rope, it has a little bit more HP than the Crobat, I guess. So they have 7 energies in play with the training card. Oh, they don't have a training card anymore. So no more training card. If they have an energy from their hand, they can actually use the ability as well if it's their last turn. They can actually attach up to 8 or even 9 energies this turn and do a boss to kill, do an Escape Rope, my bad. Escape Rope to kill the Raikou. And they actually have 0 energy in their hand. They have Articuno. I just saw Articuno. No energies in their hand. And they did Max Geist for only 190 damage. And now we get to do Star Blaze for the final kill, knocking out a VMAX Pokemon with full HP. Oh my god, for the final prize though. We have 1 prize left and we had to kill a gigantic VMAX. 320 HP. And we could actually do it. We did it. Okay, we got a bad start now. 2 VIP though, not too bad actually. Crobat for the first, as your first Pokemon is always a terrible thing. But we got 2 VIP, I suppose that's okay. We're actually up against a Lunarock, which is terrible. So Lunatone, Solrock, an infamous one prize Pokemon Go deck. Is kind of really powerful if you're playing a lot of V cards in your deck, but if you play V-Star, you should be lasting, 2 turns for your V-Star, to do, like, to draw 2 prizes. So for each V-Star, you should be lasting 2 turns, and then for your Entei as well, you should be lasting 2 turns if they don't get their Choice Belt. If they have enough Scoop Up Nets, they can actually attach up to 6 energies with the Choice Belt to kill the Entei with 1 strike. That's what we want to be avoiding. So obviously play your Entei at the right time. Don't use it too early, I guess, because if they have the Scoop Up Net, they can quite easily recycle Solrock's ability. If you can use it super early, you may be able to avoid the Scoop Up Nets because they may not have enough energy in the discard pile to begin with. But they actually did it though. They almost killed the Crobat, which is pretty close. Because killing the Crobat would be terrible. They would be 2 prize ahead on the first turn going second, which is just ridiculous. I mean, how lucky could you get, right? But thank God they couldn't do it. Another Sun Energy. They had to attach the energy for the retreat. So that means no energy from the hand and no Scoop Up Net, no extra discard. So only 150 with the Choice Belt. We should be evolving our Charizard both. And let's just do Bird Keeper. I really want to do Bird Keeper because Zinnia would probably get us a Basin, but Bird Keeper would probably get us an energy. It's much easier to get an energy than the Basin because all we need is a colorless. We don't actually need a fire energy. We just need a capture or even Aurora, anything. There we go, we got it. If we don't get an energy, I mean, I don't think we have a chance of winning at all. So Bird Keeper is quite risky, but it helps you switch though. It helps you switch, only drawing 3 cards, but it helps you switch. We got Roxanne. Roxanne always shows up too early. It's quite annoying. I mean, if it shows up late, you get to disrupt your opponent, I guess. Playing it at the right time, though, is so satisfying. Because you're forcing your opponent to get stuck late in the game. If you can pull that off, if you can trap your opponent with a shit hand late stage in the game, that's gonna do a lot, right? It's gonna help you a lot if they're already done. If they have run out of their shady dealings, if they ran out of their Star Birth, if they already used up all of those abilities, they cannot actually scoop it up, they cannot recycle them, they cannot get anything from the top deck. They're done. If they don't get a research, if they don't get a Marnie, if they don't get a supporter card, they are stuck for that 1 turn, and 1 turn is all it takes to collect the final few prizes for the win. So Roxanne is a crazy card right now. Roxanne is a very a strategy-based card. If you know how to play it, if you know how to fit into your deck, it's gonna work a lot for you. Are we gonna play the Pokestop? I don't know. We actually did it and had to discard the Radiant Charizard. So we got a Quick Ball and a Capture. We could have drawn out our Radiant Charizard before doing the Pokestop, but we actually did it. We made a mistake and discarded the Radiant Charizard. So that was the biggest blunder of our life, because Radiant Charizard can actually tank damage to prevent a knockout. If we have a big charm attached, I don't think Lunatone can kill the Radiant Charizard that easily, because Choice Belt doesn't work. Choice Belt doesn't work means they actually need up to 6 energies, 5 or even 6 energies to kill the Charizard. If they don't have Tool Scrapper, they need 6 energies, and 6 energies is a lot. If we keep on killing one Lunatone at a time, they need the Scoop Up Net to be able to reattach from the discard pile extra energies onto the Lunatone. We don't have Avery though, so that means they just need one Scoop Up Net and one energy from the hand. But it is still extra. We are still demanding extra things for them to do. And they don't actually have any cards in their hand right now. Not many cards in their hand, my bad. So playing Pokestop means you're more likely to have less supporter cards, I guess. And that means, you know, you're running the risk of having no switch option, you know, no options to do proper things in your deck, right? Well, all you need really is to get either your Scoop Up Net Switch Escape Rope or your Fog Crystal to bench your Lunatone, right? Well, you need both at the same time, obviously, but if you already have a Lunatone on the bench, you can actually put it as the new active, and then Pokestop for extra energy discards, or even a Level Ball for another Solrock, Heavy Ball, something like that, Rescue Carrier, and then you can keep on cycling those. So I think it's always best to bench 2 Lunatone at a time, but they may not have that luxury though. So I think Air Balloon is the best. I would say playing Air Balloon is smarter for a Lunatone Solrock deck, because if you do Air Balloon, all you need to do is keep on retreating with that tool card. You don't need to get your Scoop Up Net. You don't need to, and we actually did 2 bosses in a row, as you saw. They did not do any damage twice in a row. They did kill the Crobat early though. They did damage the Crobat on the first turn quite early. So they may stand a chance at winning if they somehow play the Greninja to kill something. I don't think Greninja can draw more than 1 prize, honestly. If we evolve the Nickit, they cannot even draw a single prize with Greninja. They need Water Energy, so I don't think they have Water Energy in their deck. They may be playing Aurora to discard the Psychic. So playing Aurora helps them attack with Moonlight Shuriken, but they may only be able to do it once. Okay. We're down to 2 prizes. This is actually a different list. We are playing a different arrangement for this deck. We have no Air Balloons. We have 2 bosses in this deck. And maybe no Energy Lotto. I kind of forgot the arrangement, the list for the full list for this deck, but is the original version, one of the earliest build of my Thievul Radiant Charizard combo, and we actually don't have that many switch cards. We only have our Bird Keeper Escape Rope switch, no Air Balloon, and that 1 Air Balloon speaks volumes, because it helps out a lot. If you are not able to play Magma Basin this turn, you can Air Balloon, do it on the next for your Star Blaze or even Explosive Fire. Sometimes it's enough to do Explosive Fire because we have our Radiant Charizard and Thievul to hit extra, to do extra hits for VMAX V-Star knockouts or even 1 prize extra kills. Okay, and they couldn't even kill our Entei, even with the Choice Belt. That's a bit sad. And now we are down to 1 final prize. They have 4 prize remaining. They need 3 more strikes. I don't think they can win this game because we have nothing but Charizard on the bench. We don't have any more Lumineon or Crobats. So they have to target the 280 HP. Or like 1 Thievul at a time, I guess. Amarni. So always be careful when you're benching your Pokemons. If you are up against a 1 prize deck, obviously don't play Crobat or Lumineon unless you absolutely have to, because sometimes you really don't have a choice. If you're stuck and if you need that power draw early in the game, it's just better to play it, I guess. If you get stuck, you have no choice. But if you have like half a choice, I would prefer not to play it. I would recommend you not to, because Doing a boss with a 1 price killing the Crobat on the bench is gonna help them a lot. It's gonna, you know, speed up the game for them, and they're gonna be so much ahead in terms of their prize. And you can't actually pick up the pace anymore. That 1 Crobat kill is gonna help them a lot. We actually got our Raihan as well. We got 2 more prizes. It's impossible for them to win. It's too late. So Air Balloon, I guess, is the secret ingredient for a Lunatone Solrock deck. Air Balloon is the best. If you play Air Balloon though, I don't think it's that easy for you to draw your other tool cards, because you're playing 2 different tool cards in the deck. But if you play a solid 4 copy of your Choice Belt, or even 3 copies and like 1 or 2 Air Balloons, I think that should be okay, right? It should be reasonable. For Scoop Up Net, maybe even 1 Air Balloon and like 1 Escape Rope, and then 3 Choice Belt. I think you should have the space for that, because you actually need to play a lot of energies though. I don't really know how much energy a Lunatone Solrock needs. I haven't built the deck yet myself. I haven't really, you know, experimented it. You actually need to, you either need to do research to see how many, you know, what is the best option by going to YouTube or Google, or you can even, you know, you can watch other people's gameplays, or you can even test it out yourself. I prefer testing out myself most times, but I think there's just no point, because the Lunatone decks is already out there, and people are playing it, they are spamming it like crazy on the ladder, and I don't really want to play Lunatone Solrock against Lunatone Solrock. It's just ridiculous. It's retarded. Lunatone is overrated and is just all over the place. I really hate it though, because it's so consistent. There's nothing you can do about it. It's pretty annoying how good it is. I don't think you're allowed to be that powerful, but I don't know. It's just, they don't even need to do that much, do they? They just need to play the Pokestop and, you know, VIP Pass, Level Ball, Fog Crystal. I mean, there are so many cards right now to make that deck work. There's gonna be a Clefairy for Lost Origin though. It's kind of the same as, it's gonna be, you know, all over the ladder, kind of the same as Lunatone Solrock, doing 20x damage for each Psychic Energy attached to each of your Clefairy. So if you have like multiple Clefairies on the bench, you can actually use the ability to attach a Psychic Energy from the deck to each of your Clefairies on the bench, and then you can switch Scoop Up Net, Escape Rope, Bird Keeper to do it over and over and over again in a single turn. With multiple Clefairies, you can actually attach up to maybe even 9 or 8 energies in a single turn, plus an energy from your hand. You could probably do, if you have all 4 Clefairies in play, you can probably do more than 9 energies attached in a single turn, and that's equal to at least 200 damage. At least 200 damage if you attach from your hand or play a Choice Belt. That's crazy, isn't it? 9 energies is only 20x though, it's not 30x. Lunatone is a bit more powerful, but Clefairy allows you that range. It helps you, it includes all energies attached to your other Clefairies as well. This is a pretty cool variation of Lunatone, I guess. Variation of Max Geist and Storm Slash as well. There are a lot of attacks. Brainwave. There's so many attacks that, you know, does more damage for each Psychic Energy attached. Brainwave for Orbital, Brainwave for Gardevoir. Like, it's a bit overused, I would say. That mechanic is overused. Let's do our Crobat this turn. So right now we're up against a Darkrai VSTAR. Let's see how well we're doing against a VSTAR. Star Blaze for a knockout. If we can boss a Moltres or something on the bench, and then kill it with a Burning Rondo, we should be, or even Explosive Fire, we should be good. But we actually killed the Weezing, so all we need to do is deal with the second Weezing, kill off the Darkrai with Star Blaze, and then Choice Belt on the Radiant Charizard for the final knockout. We only have that one copy of Choice Belt though, so even if we don't kill the V-Star with the Choice Belt, all we need to do is search out the boss, and then kill it with another V card on the bench, either Raikou, Entei, or Charizard, because they cannot do a boss. So Thievul is a very fun card to play, honestly. I really love this deck because it's not just super powerful, it's also very satisfying watching your opponent get bedazzled, get dazed and like confused when they play a boss and it does nothing. Like, what is happening? Why isn't my boss working? What the fuck? It's crazy though. Like it's like they should not be playing a boss right now, but they actually did, right? It's like, what? It's crazy. I love it. That feeling though. It's one of a kind. So I would recommend you to play like at least 5 or even I would say at least 8 games before you are able to get that Thievul's ability to work. Because I actually played a lot of games before I'm able to record that Ice Rider, Shadow Rider win, and those are the games where we get to show off Thievul's baffling ability. So if you want that ability to work, you're gonna have to put in the work. You're gonna have to play enough games for it to shine, because Charizard on its own is powerful enough, honestly. If you play a Charizard VSTAR with Radiant Charizard, it's already enough to kill most decks. It's already enough to win the game, really, with nothing but a Charizard VSTAR. It's that broken. But if they play Palkia though, we have our Raikou V. If they play Ice Rider, we have our Thievul to earn us that extra 1 turn to do Star Blaze for the final kill, or even Combustion Blast and then another Explosive Fire. I'm repeating myself over and over, I know, but you know, it's the name of the game, right? If you keep on focusing on the same strategy, you're gonna get better and better at it. I'm just drilling you guys and reminding you, like, you know, kind of just shoving it into your brain so that you guys know how to play this deck. And when you play it, you're gonna get a lot of wins because you know what's happening, you know when to play which cards, you know what to get, you know what to search for with a Raihan, with a Lumineon at just the right time. You know what to do when you're playing this deck. It's reinforcement, right? Ideological reinforcement. And for that to happen, you need to repeat a lot of times. So don't blame me. I'm just trying to shove that information into your brain for you to get a lot of wins. It's not to control you, but to help you earn delicious wins. Satisfying wins that you cannot actually experience playing meta decks. Playing meta decks is very boring. I mean, you end up playing against other meta decks and it's just like, you know, it's drudgery. It's like, I don't know, it's just so boring. It's so lame. You see people playing, you know, Arceus V-Star decks, Mew VMAX decks, Palkia V-Star, Dialga V-Star, same thing over and over and over. And they just don't get tired of it. I mean, why? Why would you keep on playing meta decks? I can understand it if you're doing it for the tournament, if you're doing it for like cash prize on the tournament, but if you're just doing it for you know, for leisure, it doesn't make sense because it's boring. So we got a Raihan, but unfortunately we're not able to play the Basin. So there we go, Raihan is actually screwing us over because we need to bench a basic. If we get the Basin, we're only able to attach to the Radiant Charizard, and Radiant Charizard doesn't need the basin. It doesn't need extra energies, so it makes no sense to search for the basin. So right now we're down to 2 prize thanks to Starblaze. All we need is a final V knockout. We can boss the Crobat, boss the Galarian Moltres, or just deal with the Darkrai. Marnie. So I don't think the VSTAR can kill our Charizard. I don't think they have enough energies because they're playing a Weezing. So if they play a Moltres, they would be a lot faster, I guess. If they play nothing but the V Moltres and the Baby Moltres, they would be able to attach much more energies by now. 160 is not even enough. They're doing Dark Void. Oh my goodness, they did not evolve. So if they evolve, had they done the evolution, they would have been able to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 240 damage, which isn't quite enough, is it? They need 20 more damage to kill off the Charizard. So just 1 more energy. 1 Dark Patch. They have already searched for the items though. They've played their V-Star power. I have no idea when they played it, but they actually did a Star Abyss already. So we won the game by killing off the final V. They actually flipped the tails for the sleep condition. My bad. We flip a heads for the sleep condition. That means we actually get to wake up and then attack with just 1 extra energy, Explosive Fire for the kill, because they did not evolve. So it's more of a control deck of sorts, I guess. They're trying to lock the ability, buy themselves enough turns to attach enough energies with Moltres, and maybe they might be playing, 2 copies of the other Weezing as well, because I think it would be wiser to play like 1 copy of each Weezing, right? I don't think you have the luxury to play that many copies. I don't know though. They may have the other Weezing priced, because the factory ability actually helps you double up the energies attached to all of your Galarian Weezings. That means for each darkness energy attached to your Galarian Weezing, or any other Weezings for that matter, you actually get to do 60 extra damage for your Darkrai. So Weezing, Moltres, Darkrai V-Star, if they don't get their other Weezing, they get to lock your abilities. They get to buy time until they get the other copy. But they actually evolve both of the same Weezing, which is probably the biggest mistake ever. Because they thought we are playing a lot of our abilities. They're trying to maybe block us from using our Dark asset, block us from playing our draw supports. Because we have Lumineon and Crobat, I guess, and Fleetfoot. So they actually did it though. They actually did block us at some point, because we played our Crobat from our hand. We benched it at some point, and we didn't realize that they have the. Obviously, we know that the Galarian Weezing is in the active spot and that our ability is not working. But for some reason, it's just like instinct. It's like second nature for you to play. For you to be playing a Crobat even if they have a Weezing in play. So I've been playing for many years now. I've been playing this game for many years, and still I'm making silly mistakes like that. So if you do make any mistakes while playing Pokemon TCG, don't blame yourself. Just, sometimes it's just second nature, it's just habit. It's quite common for players to forget about Old Cemetery as well. If you have like Old Cemetery in play, you can actually play the stadium first before attaching your energy, and most times players always forget to do that. Most times. I don't know why. It's like an instinct. It's like an instinct or like a curse. I don't know what it is. But every time there's an Old Cemetery, you always somehow ended up attaching the energy before playing your stadium first. When in the first place, you could have done the stadium before attaching the energy. You have it, but you didn't do it. Like, I don't know why. It's just annoying. It doesn't happen for everyone, obviously, but for those who know what I'm talking about, you know, it just is the most annoying thing ever. Because sometimes that actually determines who wins the game. That tiny few damage counters, it does count. So make sure you are aware, don't make a single mistake. Do not bench a Crobat when they have a Wheezing. Do not do dumbass mistakes like that. It's gonna cost you, and I admit that I'm a dumbass just now. Cause once we knock out the Wheezing, we can actually use the Crobat, right? Or we can even use it as the feed. We can feed it to Zinnia to help us draw cards on the next turn. We even have a Zinnia just now, so Aurora for an extra energy onto Charizard. I don't think we have any other choice. So they are playing an Arceus Inteleon deck. The classic Sharon combo, I guess. They are looping the energy and the Arceus over and over by playing the Big Charm or even the Choice Belt, you know, tanking damage while charging up the bench. So whatever you damage, if you don't do enough bosses, obviously the bench cannot evolve every single turn. If they do a Sharon, they're gonna have to bench the Arceus all over again. And that means the Arceus can have up to only 250 HP on the bench. 250 is not enough to tank for a knockout. If you play, like, for example, a Regidrago from Evolving Skies with a Choice Belt, you can actually kill the Arceus already, unevolved. So all you need is enough bosses in your deck to deal with the Sharon strategy. The Sharon loop is not perfect. They do have Dunsparce to guard them from weakness and, you know, tool cards to add even more HP. But sometimes it's not enough. Starbirth, they are playing very carefully. They are being very, very extra careful because they didn't have a strong start. They got quite a terrible start and they're trying to recover with shady dealings, I guess, and Starbirth. So if they don't bench another Arceus, I don't think they stand a good chance at winning. Because they cannot Nova, they cannot attach the energy. Nova is not doing extra energies unless if they want to attach to the same Arceus. So they're gonna have to gamble though. Are we playing Fan of Waves? Are we playing Crushing Hammer? You never know. You never know if your opponent has Crushing Hammers. And if we discard the double turbo, they're gonna have to play Shady for Melanie. And they actually need to discard a water because I don't think they have any water in their discard pile. So Melanie is gonna help them do 230 damage on the next turn. So Flannery helps you discard as well. Flannery, Temple of Sinnoh. What else? Fan of Waves and Crushing Hammer. Team Yell, Grunt, and Rugged Helmet. Those are the only cards I can think of off the top of my head. Level Ball, Shady, crazy. Here comes the Sharon. If they do a Sharon though, they cannot attack. So they may just play something else. All they need is 50 damage though. 50 damage to kill the Entei. We actually do have a Big Charm attached. They may just do a boss and then quick shoot the Entei on the next turn. Maybe play a Tool Scrapper in addition to the shoot. Tool Scrapper is gonna help them draw extra 2 prize for the Entei knockout. And then they get to kill the Crobat for another 2 prize. So that's 4 prize in a row, which is quite terrible. So if they get the quick shoot at the right time, they can actually do a lot. But it turns out they did not do a boss. If they do an escape rope, they need to be scooping up or retreating with an air balloon. And I don't think it's that easy to play those cards with the Marnie. So we got our Basin. I don't think we necessarily need it if we can attach from our hand right now. If we can attach from our hand, we should be doing it and, you know, skipping the stadium for one turn because we don't even need our V abilities. If we draw with Entei though, it could actually help us. It could help us sustain for the next turn. But Entei is dying. There we go. They did not do the boss or escape rope. So knocking out the Entei means they got an Arceus on the bench, but they got no cards in their hand. They are drawing 2 prizes though. Knocking out the Entei means we cannot use Fleet Foot on the next turn, and so there's no point playing the Stadium card. Unless if we are doing another Charizard. Should we be benching another Charizard? I think it would be a good idea. Zinnia, Marnie, or Schoolgirl? I really want to play a Zinnia, but I think we may have to play the Schoolgirl because we want to be benching another Pokemon. So playing the Schoolgirl first means we could be searching for something else with the Quick Ball, I guess. I don't really know what's the best thing to do. If we play the Schoolgirl first though, we could actually keep Zinnia for the next turn. So let's get the Radiant out instead of the second Charizard. Should we be benching? Should we be preparing the next VSTAR? Do we have the next VSTAR inside the deck? I think so. So I have no idea what to do right now, as you can see. Radiant Charizard or the VSTAR? We played the Basin though. If we played the Basin, we should really be doing the V card, because they could quite easily do a Choice Belt and Quick Shoot to kill. I don't think they can kill it though. 260 HP. They need a Choice Belt and two quick shoots. Or a Zigzagoon. If they get the Choice Belt, Zigzagoon, and the Inteleon, only then are they able to kill the Charizard, and that's actually equal to 260. 260, if we didn't place damage counter on our own Pokemon, they cannot actually kill it. That's how sad Arceus is. Arceus is not enough. If you play Arceus on its own, I don't think you stand a good chance anymore on standard, because we have so many powerful cards now. We have our Radiant Pokemon, we have our Thievul, we have Astral Radiance, we have Pokemon Go. I don't think Brilliant Stars... This is a Brilliant Stars meta deck, right? Because they don't actually have Greninja for the draw support. They don't have Roxanne. They don't have new cards. I don't think they even play any Astral Radiance combos. I don't see any Astral Radiant cards. No Radiant Blastoise when they could have done it. No Pokestop. I don't think Pokestop makes sense though for an Arceus VSTAR deck. Blanche, I guess you could play Blanche, Lure Module, another Quick Ball. So we just need to prepare for Star Blaze and then Combustion Blast for the final kill. If we don't really need to do much though. All we need is one boss or a Choice Belt as usual. Boss, Choice Belt for the final prize, because we got Explosive Fire for the next. Well, they didn't actually attack. So all we need to do is Explosive Fire right now. If they get 2 Inteleons on the next turn, which is gonna be a lot more difficult than it looks, because they got 0 cards in their hand. They already played their Starbirth. So I don't think it's that easy to evolve 3 Pokemons on the same turn with like 0 cards in your hand. Unless if they play a research. They need the choice belt. They actually need the tool card as well. Triple evolution and the tool card. To deny us from playing our Star Blaze. If we can't do Star Blaze, we have to search for our choice belt. Because that's gonna earn us a V-Star kill, and they just conceded though. They conceded without even waiting for the top deck, which is actually quite depressing because they should be, you know, since they've already waited so long, they should be waiting for the top deck though, but they just gave up like that. Oh well. So I think I'm just gonna end the voiceover right here and leave you guys to focus on the game. Hope you guys enjoyed this new combo. Today we are featuring the new Thievul from Astral Radiance with the Baffling ability, preventing all effects of your opponent's supporter cards played once they have 2 or fewer prize cards remaining, done to your bench V Pokemons. So if they play a boss, Flannery, TML Grunt, you know, Serena, for the next set, anything, it does not affect your bench V Pokemons, any supporter cards played from their hand. So we also have our Charizard VSTAR to do Explosive Fire, Star Blaze. We also have our Radiant Charizard for the last minute Combustion Blast, 250 damage plus 30 more with Choice Belt, killing off a VSTAR with 1 strike. And then we actually get to earn ourselves an extra turn after playing Radiant Charizard at the last call. Because they actually cannot play a boss to kill our V cards on the bench. They are actually forced to kill the Radiant Charizard, you know, at the last minute while we are playing, you know, once we are down to 2 prize on our opponent's end, they actually are forced to kill off that 1 prize, and then that actually earns us that final turn to do another Explosive Fire or even our Star Blaze for the final knockout. So that actually is the perfect combo, the perfect harmony to set up for extra strikes with our Charizard. So that's all for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time. Have a great day and bye for now, lovely people. Enjoy your life.
Happy Valentine's Day.
you